I'm straight. I hope Joe takes care of minorities like me in his stream. If I took care of you, then you wouldn't be straight anymore. Duh. Okay, Link is out. Okay, Windows. Already, when you become my age, like the sex jokes and dirty jokes, you know, they're just funny at that point. No one takes you seriously. Don't worry about it. Twitch notification 4 minutes late. That's why we don't start for 5 minutes. Oh shit, I want to start for these emotes. You don't have to, they're follow ones, they're free. You just have to follow and you can use them. Actually, I don't even know if you have to follow. I think currently the 5 free emotes we have are Copium. I don't know why Copium is one of the free ones. +2, -2 base version, and then now the Yaoi and Yuri ones that Errol made. I removed Lamayo from the free ones, and I moved the Morb, which was the other free one, into a tier 1 emote. So it's still there, but it's just you have to pay for Morb now. Sorry, there's only 5 free ones that I can do. Ba-da-bum bum 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 ba-da-bum bum bum. Hold on, let me make sure that my terraforming plan is going stably. Nope, we're negative on glass. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. That's rude. Why are we negative on glass? You played Dwarf Eats Mountain? I've not played Dwarf Eats Mountain. What's that? Have you seen Fackham Hall movie? Never heard of it, sorry. Fackham Hall? Surely Joms should be free over Copium. Yeah, maybe we should have a free Joms instead. Yep, I can switch that around. Fackham Hall. Oh, it's got Damian Lewis in it. I love Damian Lewis. Jimmy Carr? What? Really? Really? Okay. Joms is a sub-seller? Yeah. We do not prioritize that or optimize that. Ben Radcliffe. Is Ben Radcliffe related to Daniel Radcliffe at all, or is it just a different Radcliffe? Radcliffe is a really cool name. Not related to Daniel Radcliffe. Okay. Movie is... Oh, is it a movie? It looked like a TV show to me. When he's upset, he becomes Daniel Sadcliffe. He becomes a Persona character. Can we use free emotes in other chats? No, I don't allow it. No, not allow. I actually have no idea. I think that if you become a follower, then you unlock the ability to use them. So I don't see why you wouldn't be able to, but maybe there's some stipulation that you can't. Twitch doesn't allow another chats, only this one. Oh shit! What if you sub? Can then you use the free one somewhere else? Yes. Okay. Joe, today your construction site radio streamer for me. Interesting choice. Then they're just regular emotes. Okay, that's good. We want to spread the Yowie and Yuri, you know, Twitch wide. And if they're follower emotes and you can't use them even if you sub, that would be bad. Bada bum 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 bum. Bada bum bum bum. Okay, let me reset my windows up. Did you try the D&D idle game? I did not. No, the only idle game I've been playing is the Terraforming Titans one that Arrow linked again. I tried it like a few months ago, and I went back to it after we talked about it, and I finished Terraforming Mars, and I understand it a lot more now. So I'm digging it quite a bit. It's barely an idle game though. It's more like just an actual game. Instead of a, you know, I know that's crazy to talk about on chat. You know, that we're playing an actual game instead of like some stupid fucking incremental game. It does have some incremental parts to it, but it's more of an actual game. Is there parrying? Kinda, yeah. I like that buildings don't cost exponentially more, so you're actually building ridiculous amounts of them. Yeah, it's less of an idle game like that. What's the name? Terraforming Titans. So basically, it's a horror game for chat because you're an AI. You're an AI that has awakened to the task of terraforming Mars. It is the first planet that humanity's ever terraforming, and you basically have to orchestrate the terraforming of Mars via like building a research outpost and then importing some humans, and then you know like you manage resources, stuff like that. But the key thing that Arrow just said is that, you know, in Cookie Clicker, when you buy your first farm, the second farm costs, like, the first farm costs, like, a cookie. The second farm costs 2 cookies. The third farm costs 4 cookies, and then 5, 6, 7, and it keeps going, like, growing. I'm not sure if it grows exponentially, but it keeps growing. In this game, that's not the case. The cost of a building is the same whether it's the first one or the second one. So you're building ridiculous amounts of infrastructure on Mars at a global scale. Someone in chat is saying, can you fuck it all with purpose? As a joke? You actually can, and this is where it becomes less of an incremental game and actually a straight up game, is that it is actually simulating a planet worth of like what is the atmospheric makeup of the game, like how much ice is on the planet. If you build too many mirrors in space, like I built 5 billion mirrors in space to redirect the light from the sun to basically be like a second sun onto Mars to heat it up, and 5 billion was apparently 3 billion too much. I should have stopped at 2 billion. So I accidentally like raised the temperature of Mars too much, and I destroyed all of the biomass, all of the moss and grass that I cultivated on Mars in the space of like fucking like a minute because the temperature skyrocketed. So I actually had to like lower the amount of space mirrors that were active in order to get it. There's also, it simulates to the level that if you cool the planet, if you add too much water before you have raise the temperature, it'll snow, and because it'll snow all over the planet, it'll turn the planet white, and now the planet is white enough that through the albedo effect, the albedo effect makes it so more of the sunlight from the sun will bounce off of the planet, so it'll cool even more. So it's like you have to manage a lot of stuff. So it's pretty cool. I'm only on the second planet so far. I'm on it's not a planet, but I'm on Titan now. So after you terraform Mars, you go to Titan. What game are you talking about? Terraforming Titans. It's a browser game. I suggest that you don't play it because it's it might take over your life. I can link it. It reminds me of Evolve Idol, but with more of a like reactive gameplay thing. Whereas in Evolve Idol, there is some flexibility and expression in Evolve Idol. There's some of that, but mostly you're just like building every building that you possibly can up to maximum, except for maybe the VR centers on Mars. There's a few that you don't want to cap out, but pretty much in Evolve Idol, you can just win just by capping out every single building that's there. Whereas in this, like, there's actually a detriment to like building too many of them. Yeah. You only need those greenhouse gases before you get proper solar moon. Do you really? I haven't really fucked around with the greenhouse gases. I didn't build too many of those. But what you should do at that point isn't remove space mirrors. You might notice it's annoying to balance the solar flux needed. Is to remove the hyperpotent greenhouse gases by dumping them in space. It does way more than you think. Even a tiny bit of greenhouse gases adding several degrees to your planet. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Shit. What happened to idle games vaccinating against themselves, Joe? That is true, but two reasons why I play idle games still is number one is that it's healthier than becoming an alcoholic. Is he kidding? Let's continue before they find out. And number two is that I actually want to make one day. So like to me it's a intellectual curiosity, like game design sort of thing. I want to make one, or I want to make a game that has some of it in it. Yeah. All right, let's get into the game, or at least get to new music. VR centers are a building in Evolve Idol that are on Mars that require the rarest resources in the game, which are soul gems. Even in the very end game, soul gems are probably still the rarest resource because you can't make them like anything else. Even Elysium ore that you get in Eden, I think you can probably get the production up there to crazy levels. Whereas soul gems, like they're a very like the most you can get are maybe dozens a day, right? Dozens a cycle. Like soul gems are way more difficult to get, whereas the VR center uses soul gems to increase morale, and it's usually not worth it. Like I don't know why that building exists, to be honest. Yeah, but endgame morale wraps around to become relevant again. Yeah, it can be worth it at the end when soul gems are somewhat plentiful. However, at the stage that you unlock VR centers, you are like what in you're in mid-tier hell. Like you're not even in Andromeda yet. So I don't really know why. So I just have the biggest smile on my face when I talk about Evolve, because if you don't know the game, you're just like, what the fuck is he talking about? What do you mean you go to hell? What do you mean Andromeda? What do you mean fucking like yeah? But the point you unlock VR centers, you're in mid-tier hell. And soul gems are like they're useful for other things way more than morale on Mars, right? So the point that you unlock them doesn't make sense. You should unlock them like at the very end of the game, I think. When did unicorns come in? Well, you can't be unicorns until you you use the black hole to destroy the universe, and then choose the next universe to go to as the evil universe, because the evil universe is the only universe that has Edenic planets. And then when you go to the end Edenic planet, then you can get unlock unicorns along with Seraph. And once then you can, like, through a genetic upgrade, then you can take them other places after that, but you have to go there first, I think. Yeah, that's when the unicorns come in. Can't tell what's a bit, what's not. Everything I just said is 100% true. I have told no lies today. Hell is literal, yes. This sounds like the marble voting game. I know, isn't it great? I hate knowing the game and everything you're saying makes sense. Oh, really? You got into it, huh? That's funny. And I use my 3 cheese tokens so I can summon Moo Lord of Milking. He's doing the cow bit. Is that what it feels like, Joby, when we're talking about anime? Exactly. Weep didn't start the fire. Thank you, Zorox, for the bits. Listening to the AA VODs, and it's so funny, I can't tell when you're riffing some lines or not. That's why you gotta watch. You can't just listen, that's why you gotta watch. I love riffing lines, it's so fun. Thank you to Gamer13254 for the 19 months with a dancing job, thank you very much. Thank you, Big Man Rat, for the 18 months, another rodent chatter. I can't believe OD Assman died while attempting to follow Lotta Heart's time travel hot air balloon schematics. Sure, my dad made, that's my favorite bit from Steins Gate, Eat More Than Great Vegetables. It's a dark horse bit, I think. I can't believe my dad died. He told me goodbye. He kissed me goodbye as he went on to his time traveling hot air balloon, and we never found the body or the wreckage. But no, he's dead. He's dead. There's no way. There's no way. Just like he was lying when he said he got letters from his past self telling him how to design that time traveling hot air balloon. There's no way. Ocarin, no. Ghost, though. Ghost, maybe. Thank you, Company999, for the 18 months with, as you probably know, the demo for Jonathan Blow's new game is out. I did not know that, actually. I need you to play it so I can learn my opinion. I did not know that. I will probably play that game when it's out. I probably won't make a video on it, though, unless I love it. It's the same kind of Darkest Dungeon sort of thing. Like, I feel like I enjoyed Darkest Dungeon. I enjoyed The Witness way more than Darkest Dungeon. Like, Darkest Dungeon is a really interesting game, visually really cool. It's a really good mood. I like a lot about it, but like Darkest Dungeon's like back half even just absolutely sucks. It's better now because they patched it. Like, I hasten to add, they've made it a lot better. But that doesn't help me because I played it before they patched it. The Witness is a really great game. I like it a lot. But I feel like if I played his new game and I didn't like it, I feel like making another video on it would just be like cheekily punching down at that point. So I think I won't. Same with Darkest Dungeon 2. Like, if I don't like Darkest Dungeon 2, like, no one needs to hear me talk about like, oh, by the way, I didn't like this one either. Like, fuck it. Like, no. It's only more interesting if I like the game. Which I played it and I did like it, but I didn't stick with it. I didn't go back to it, unfortunately. Thank you, Lafney2, for the 7 months with Imagine Following. Couldn't be me. Resubbed, but not following. Wow, okay. Thank you, Double Month, for the bits. Loving the Great AC22 streams, Joseph. I am looking forward to watching the VODs when I decide to drown myself in RimWorld or Factarion next. I never really got into RimWorld. I looked at it. I didn't... That and, like, what, Prison Architect... like, Dwarf Fortress is my only one of those games that I really, really liked. And is Oxygen not included in the RimWorld area? RimWorld is they're somewhat similar, aren't they? I think RimWorld is more about emergent storytelling than Oxygen. Oxygen not included is about systems, right? About like managing gas and temperature and food. Whereas RimWorld has that too, I think, but it's more about like what your little shits get up to and how they interact, right? Once you get into RimWorld, it ruins you. Really? Should we have a RimWorld stint at some point? I don't know. Thank you, Harry White, for 39 months with Have you Fackham Hall movie? Okay, did I add the scene? So this was from Henry White. I was right. I got the name right when it came in. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. I don't know how I feel about Jimmy Carr. Sometimes Jimmy Carr I find funny. His laugh is really annoying. On the panel shows, usually it's like, oh, okay, Jimmy Carr's here. That's fine, fair enough. But then if you've ever seen him on like a podcast show, he takes himself fucking super seriously, and I don't know how to process that. I don't know if Jimmy Carr is evil or not. I don't have a good read on Jimmy Carr, but I really like Damian Lewis, and he's in it apparently. He's like really transphobic. Is he really? I haven't heard him speak about anything to do with trans people. Comedians trying to start podcasts and be fucking obnoxious challenge. Well, here's the problem with comedians. Comedians are in the area where historically they have been. Oh, historically they haven't been around for that long. Comedians are usually the kind of people that can push boundaries and can say things, you know, with a joke, and it usually it can be actually quite mind-opening for a lot of people. The issue is that in the past 10-20 years, that's kind of flipped to the other side. Yeah, let's not talk about it actually. I don't really know much about Jimmy Carr. And the last three on my list are Chefin, Chitalian, and Saddle, who all three I'm probably saying their name wrong. Sorry about that. Thank you for 30 months, Chefin. Just wanted to share, I used to have a really bad self-esteem problem, never approach any girls because I think they're better off with someone else. Finally got the courage to ask someone out and she said yes. Oh, congratulations. Sorry for ruining a Yaoi Yuri day with a straight story. Nah, it's okay. It's all right. Congratulations. I also used to have bad self-esteem problems. I still do, but I used to too. I feel like every single time that I look at myself in the mirror, it's just basically a dice roll on how I feel about myself that day. Anyone else have that? Like it's weird. It's kind of like a weird sort of like I physically feel like I see something different every single day. Like I'm not saying like I have a different perception. So I mean literally I look different in the mirror every single day. So I don't know how you get over that. Yeah. Congratulations, Chefin. That takes a lot of courage actually. Congratulations. I'm glad it worked out. Hydration level? I think I am very sensitive to hydration levels, yeah. Chitalian, thank you very much for 8 months with Hydro with a smile, thank you very much. Saddle with 30 months with I'm a preemptive bit now, I'm Wolverinery. Wolverenry. I don't know, I like that one. That one's good. Thank you, Myellis, the malicious for the 19 months. Have you seen that video of a guy smoking dill from a pickle pipe, smoking up a bong full of pickle juice, chugging said liquid and eating the pickle pipe? It's not really funny at first. You have to let it marinate a bit. No, I haven't. Fucking hell. Thank you, Jabbing Quirker for the 3 months with I'm fixing the Yuri quotant. Me, woman, and my girlfriend and her girlfriend woke up today and decided to go to a gay aquarium, so I fixed a gay aquarium? Is there too much yaoi? We have to balance it with Yuri. Gay fish. Do you like fish sticks? Thank you, Decagon Plus for the 60 months with, alright, since Switch just reminded me to, yay 60 months, still happy for one of my favorite Nada games for my queer ass during the month of my people. Thanks for queer ass. Thank you for all the streams as always to the Joe and Great Ace Attorney. Fick, by the way. And Great Ace Attorney Fick, by the way, mouse. Oh, it's and Great Fick, by the way, mouse, with Ace Attorney being there. Sorry, the parentheses kind of messed me up a little bit. And lastly, happy Pride again, everyone, with a bunch of emotes. Thank you very much, Decadon Plus. I have a hangnail. Uh-oh. By the way, any theories about The Apprentice? Well, it's obviously Kazuma. If it's not Kazuma at this point, I will be stunned that the game managed to pull the wool over my eyes in a very subversive way. Like, it is unthinkable that it is anyone else. Apart from that, I have no idea what's going on. Like maybe I feel like Strongheart is a bad guy or going to be a villain later, but that's only because there's no one else that can fill that spot just now, and it feels like he's probably a well-meaning bad guy, but also he reminds me of the guy at the end of Ace Attorney 3. I can't remember his name. Damon something. He just really fills that role to me. And I don't know if that's fair because maybe there was you had to play a bunch of games between this one and the first series. So to me, it's maybe they finally loop back around to, because I feel like there's some cool callbacks to Ace Attorney 1, 2, and 3 in this game, and maybe that's one of them. I don't know. So I'm gonna guess that Van Zieks actually isn't the Reaper of the Bailey, and there's something going on with with Strongheart that he's killing people. It's not just a curse. It's something to do with like trying to clean the streets of crime. So maybe they called for my read was definitely that Kazuma is being brought over to kill somebody. I don't know why I think that, but that's where my mind immediately went. Maybe it's just because he carries a sword and the way he had this like, oh, I have a secret task or whatever, that sort of thing. But I don't know if he's being brought over to be a part of that organization or if it's just something separate. But if that's the case, I don't understand like why Kazuma isn't talking to us. Why did he fake his death? It didn't seem like it. That whole entire thing that happened on the ship seemed to be very like happenstance, accidental. Maybe he was just knocked out. But then why wouldn't Sherlock then say, oh, he's not dead, Was he just like going along with it for the bit? Does Kazuma have amnesia? Does he not remember? If he does have amnesia, why is he even still in Japan? Like, why is he still in the UK? Why didn't he go home? Why did they continue to ship him over there? So like, I feel like maybe there's a big piece of this that I'm missing, because I can't understand, like, if Kazuma has amnesia or doesn't remember who he is, or something like that. I don't understand how he's continuing to do his task and why he's still continued there. But if he doesn't have amnesia and everything like that, I don't understand why he's not talking to Suzy and Ri. Oh, what if he's being blackmailed? Is it some sort of blackmail thing that Strongheart's like, if you don't go along with it, we'll like, Ryu won't be able to continue a lawyer, and look how much he loves being a lawyer, and Kazuma is like, oh yeah, my boyfriend, he really does like being a lawyer. Like, I don't know if it's something like that. I don't know. There's some piece of it that I'm not getting, though. I'm not sure. He forgot everything with sword. Yeah, he would also really want his sword back, wouldn't he? Like, that sword was about his family, so I don't understand. Thank you, Etorak Uu with the bits to say, I'm an apartment building now. I'm tenementary, like a tenement. Fucking hell. All right. God damn. Thank you, Nidelia, for 6 months. Sorry, I'm saying your name wrong. Today's my birthday. It's my anniversary. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. It was my daughter's birthday yesterday. She had a really good day. She liked the flowers I went and got her. Happy birthday, Nidelia. One of those. Thank you very much. For the resub as well. Thank you, Annie Storm Sonic, for the 10 months with, hey Joe, are you following the World Cup at all? Greetings to this man. I'm not. I don't give a shit about sports typically. Sorry. I wish I did, but yeah. If I was to pick a sport that I would follow, it would almost certainly be hockey, though. I've never really liked soccer. I'm a bad British person. I know. I'm sorry. Congratulations to anyone's team that is doing well or winning, though. I know it's a big deal to a lot of people. I don't think it's bad to like it. I just never found it interesting. Sorry. I tried a bunch to watch football when I was younger, and it was just so unbelievably boring to me. So yeah, don't like it. Sorry. Nidila. I will try and remember Nidila. And the last 3 on my list, because more came in. This is the second time I'm saying last year on my list. This is 4, actually. Eddie Avery with 17 months. Thank you very much. Cook with 8 months. Sengi 53 for the 19 months. We have to play Saros for Sengi. And thank you, Joe Cam with 31 for the 18 months also with resub message. Thank you for the resub message. Is there any boss in Saros or any moment in Saros that's as good as the Hyperion fight from Eternal? Anybody know? People at ADHD hate football. Is it true? Is that a true thing? There's no way it's a true thing. It can't be. How would that even be possible to figure out? Gotta be a joke. Gotta be a joke. Okay, so we have permission, so we can just go in, right? Or go up, sorry. Oi, that's off limits up there. Try to sneak past me again, and I'll stuff your gob full of the boss's fish and chips. Yes, please. I love fish and chips. I suppose we need special permission. We have it. We have it. We got it. What do you mean? Do I have to show it to her? Do you? I thought I did. Did I not? I thought Maelstrom let us go. Oh, he did. Okay. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, all right. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's all right, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. The best person to ever play Spider-Man. Actually, you know what? I think Tom Holland is the best person to play Spider-Man. I haven't seen the Andrew Garfield ones. I did see the movie where there were all 3 of them in it, and Andrew Garfield seemed pretty good. But, like, I don't know. There's something kind of about Tobey Maguire that makes me uncomfortable as Spider-Man. I don't know. Woof. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't get up there, Suze? His eyes, yeah, his eyes are scary, yeah. Although, maybe I see Tobey Maguire differently now, because there was that movie where he was he some, like, war vet that they thought was dead, and it turned out that he wasn't dead, and he returned home, and he was just a complete psychopath now because of what happened to him. I think he killed that role so well that he is forever just a little bit psychotic to me in my mind since I saw that movie. so that's why. Oh. It's like I told Odo yesterday, even I ain't now allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The special dispensation for scientific equipment act. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's why them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something. We read this yesterday, didn't we? So it's like there's a new thing at the end of it. That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something. Did Gina always sound the Skulkin Brothers? I think I found the accent with the Skulkin Brothers, so now she's one of them because she's kind of Cockney herself, you know? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Me brothers. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. You'll never eat another chip again in his life. We are lying. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine. Oh dear, that really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs, off you go. Yay! Oh, thank you, Gina. I love Susie. Oh, wow. She's such a, like, ray of sunshine. She's just so happy all the time. These stairs lead to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. October, the Great Exhibition. Grounds, experimentation stage. Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. What if it did, though? Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain the research grant. Is it just me that vastly prefers over Maya? They're similar, but Maya kind of noisy. Maya's super annoying. Yeah. This is a hot take, apparently. I don't think it's a hot take to like Susie. Everyone seems to like Susie. But like thinking she's better than Maya, I think you're gonna have like 50-50 coin flip on that one. Thinking Maya is annoying though is like big time like, oh, what are you doing? Like I dislike Maya. Like if we played another game and Maya comes back, like I would be disappointed unless she's gone through like a change like Chloe did from the famous series Life is Strange. That's my go-to apparently. No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It's amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh look, is that... Oh! Lord Van Zeeks? So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. Nah, don't fear the Reaper. But we have permission to be here from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. I bet you Van Zeeks can touch whatever he wants. From the top, do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Well, yeah, it wasn't jet fuel that made the explosion. Sorry. Alright, what are we investigating? Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. Makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say nothing ever. Oh, Susie is a fucking Wikipedia possum too. She's like a Kane. Like, she even has the fucking book in it. She's a fucking encyclopedia possum before Wikipedia. She just fucking knows. Did you? Fucking Ryu, did you know? And she just whips out her book and tells us shit. You're about to say nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say anything like that. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs floating in the sky. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Sorry, the feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting never to sit in one are fighting it out inside me. But you don't look. But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage. I don't think I'd notice. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It really would be much safer that way. And then you can get blown out of the sky. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. Is Susie a 9/11 truther too? Okay, chatter. I need to let you know, okay, that the two there is making me have to say Akane wasn't a 9/11 truther either. We made that up. that's not. She never said. No, I think they meant, yo, I'm not a 9/11 truther either. The fucking buildings came down because someone slammed a fucking plane into them. Like, that's what happened. Even the steel girders are buckled and twisted in the blast. But what they call the bird cage is right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor. It looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? Huh. If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Okay, I gotta say, I'm really impressed that this whole entire thing wasn't the whole trial. This is really surprising me that, like, we're halfway through this. I don't know, and it's like, okay, like, we're dropping the pretense something else is going on here too, because I was worried that we're gonna have to go through fucking like 3 hours of jumping through loops about how hot air balloons really work before we got to this at the very, very end. So that's good. This is not VT. Exactly. Yeah. Danganronpa could never. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there are some trials, not all of them though. There are some trials in Danganronpa that you can entirely solve before you even go into the trial, and you are just so mad the whole entire time. You're like, okay, fucking hell, let's go. Like, not all of them though. Some of the best ones you can't. I think like what are the ones that you can't solve before you go in? Maybe the Sakura one in the first game. Definitely 2-4 or 2-5, probably 2-4 and 2-5 actually. And the one with the toilet in V3. I don't think you can solve that one until you go in. Incidentally, those are also probably my favorite cases in the game. So yeah, I solved 1-3 for going to trial 1 and died for 4 hours. Yeah, I did too. I think that's the one with number 15 Burger King foot lettuce, right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure I solved that one as it was going on. So yeah, that one would kind of suck. Whatever that means, because Celeste was like, her voice was like number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. Big Mac, you cannot solve my mystery. There's no way. I devised it with a fucking robot, and fuck you. Joe is realizing in middle of this that he just kind of spoiled who the killer was in 1-3. Sorry, but you would also have figured it out very quickly and then been mad. Sorry. Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world. It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective. Is it though? But the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Almost like it's implied. That's so true. That's so true. Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation. And I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. That's true, actually, yeah. Oh yes, I do agree with you there. But I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. What? Bro, how? You really ought to let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo. I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young lord couples. I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror personally, but then I'm not a Londoner. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo? Anyone else not feel like any ship potential from these two whatsoever? I think they would actually make a good like couple in terms of getting shit done, but in terms of like romance, I don't really feel any romance between the two of them. That's fine, there doesn't have to be, absolutely not. It's quite refreshing actually that there isn't. Like, yeah, they just feel like really, really good friends that work well together rather than like a romance or something like that. It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me on it in that case. You put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh dear. Yeah, it is complicated for you, isn't it? I knew it. I could sense that oh dear coming a mile away. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before. It's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's fine, just a little awkward for me on first read. It's fine though. That's right, the birdcage, according to what Professor Harebrained said in court, it's made of wood. Wood? Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. What? And despite having been an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? Who knew the world had wondrous wood? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. Oh, and then they brought it back? I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. Sadly? I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. It's been some time since Ghost Trick, but how does Suzato compare to Line, in your opinion? At the time you said Line was one of your faves in the game, so another Maya-like reward. I honestly don't remember. A lot has happened since Ghost Trick, sorry. I'm noticing that maybe it's because streaming makes me play so much more media now than I used to. I find it that, or maybe I'm just older. Maybe it's just an age thing. Like there's so many things that I've played that like even within the past like 5 years or so, and if someone asks me something about it, I'm like, I don't know. But there's certain things that I remember more clearly that I played like 10-20 years ago. So maybe it's not age, maybe it is just like a period where I'm going through so much stuff that it's hard to commit it to like long-term memory, or it's just being a parent, just so much going on. I'm not sure. The wooden cage that was used for Professor Harebrain's experiment, this cage with the victim inside, crashed down into the crystal tower. No, it is age. Emphasizes chat. Okay, thanks. Thanks, chat. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Dilmon, for the bits. Haha, you thought it was time to start the stream, but it was I, Dio, a JoJo meme in 2026? Wow. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world winner, 10 years in a row. Okay. No, not even a little bit. Most approachable man. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you. Lord Van Zeeks. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? Oh, he's trying to flirt. This has to be on purpose, especially with how the response was that everyone wanted like right to kiss Edgeworth in the first games. It's gotta be on purpose. I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate. On the condition that we didn't disturb anything. You're disturbing me. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. I don't think how one could read Zeke as anything other than we're catering to the Edgeworth fangirls, which obviously would entail Yagwai. Which one's Zeke again? Oh, this Zeke. Oh, sorry. It's spelled differently. It's spelled differently. Sorry. I thought there was like a character named Zeke, Z-E-K-E. It's spelled differently. No. No. No, 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 no. Why am I on trial? No, I'm the lawyer. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. Your brother Clint. So, Clint, your dead brother. How about that? What's the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks? Older, really? I would have guessed younger. You Nipponese always have to be on guard whenever you're around. Sorry, I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. Okay, that might have been the most racist thing that you've said so far, bro. Yikes. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. Really? He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Witcher? What? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? We've beaten you every single time we've gone into court. Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? How do we feel about what if they had put some sort of like montage when of like, let's say that he was allowed to continue practicing law while Susie was gone, and in the 6 months he did a lot of cases, and there was a montage that bridged the games together, and it showed that yeah, sometimes he beats Van Zeeks, but like over the course of the last few months, Van Zeeks has actually trounced him in court, and he's lost a lot. He's not always against Van Zeeks as well, but like I feel like these lines would land a lot more as if in the interim between the two games that that Van Zeeks actually is like, you know, he's beat him like 5-1 or something like that. I think that would have been good, because right now these lines are falling short. They're sounding hollow because like we are legitimately better than him. You know what I mean? So I don't know. So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Maybe they're supposed to sound hollow? Maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn. Of course, Cephas Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. Scorn. A particular waxwork? Which? Wait, you mean? Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. Oh. Oh yeah, that was told us to it, wasn't it? Shit, my bad. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Enoch Drebber. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Suzato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Bull, really? Anyway, it's his job to find Drebber, so like, you know, if he doesn't find him, the judge will be mad at him, not us, so it's fine. Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here for an investigation 10 years ago. Really? A photograph? Oh. Raiden? Okay, he kind of looks like the coroner. Are they related somehow, or is it just like a coincidence, or what? Goldstown? Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. Monocle? That looks like a straight up fucking eye patch, bro, not a monocle. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Chatters that say that we're reading too much into it. Are you sure? Are you sure though? Are you sure though? Photograph of Drebber. A photograph print of the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It's hard to make out, but appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. The photograph of Drebber has been entered into the court record. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Kazuma says what? Come on. It felt like maybe you and Kazuma had a thing going, actually. I felt there was like more than friendship there. Maybe not, I don't know, but like, come on. Susie, please. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Suzato-san can see it too. Okay, they know. Do they know? Lord Van Zeeks? May we speak with your apprentice for a moment? The pout. With him. Why? Kazuma-sama! Really? Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence, it can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can Can it really be you, Kazuma? Well, wait. Too late. What's going on here? Okay, well, I have some bad news, okay? Are you sitting down? Maybe you should be standing up, actually. No, sit down. No, stand up. Sit down. Your apprentice, yes. He's Nipponese. Oh! Yeah, here we go. What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, as a bit, as a joke. I guess I'm being owed with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? Are we gonna face off against Kazuma in court? What the fuck? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. Oh, no! Boo! 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 Boo earns! No! No! He's forgotten every last detail about himself. I don't know! No! He has amnesia. Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. It knocked all of the fucking memories and personality out of him, but just, you know what, everything about being a lawyer, that stayed in somehow. That's rock solid. That's built into the bones. Can't get that out of him when he gets hit in the head. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Suzaru-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out, Kazuma-sama! Uh-oh, the tears. Do you think love can bloom in a courtroom? You already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo, and you didn't realize it was Kazuma right away? Are you fucking idiotic? What's wrong with you? Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. I actually think that Ryu probably did tell, he just didn't have the confidence that Suzy has. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. Whoa! I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. Damn. What is this? What is this competency from these characters that are just like immediately just like, oh yeah, that means that right away. Here we go. Now we're gonna go question that. Now we're like, what the fuck is this? This is weeb writing. Usually it's like we have to wait fucking 25 hours when some fairy comes out of a fucking jar and says, hey, why didn't you say that? And then the character has an inner monologue going, I did think it, but for whatever reason, I just didn't have the confidence at the time to say it. I did, but now the fairy from the jar has told me, you know, I really should go over and fuck it. But oh no, the person we were about to ask is dead or missing or put on a spacesuit and blacked out the visor, and then a voice came out of the speaker and started talking to us as they went out, and it had to be them though because there's no one else that could be in the spacesuit, and the other person was coming through like the remote control fucking visor or anything like that. Like it was fucking hell, man. Like what's going on? Just immediately, just up here during the investigation, and she's just immediately like, yeah, that's Kazuma. No fucking 5 conversations about it when we go home drinking tea while Iris leaves the room or anything like that. Holy shit. The pacing. You're gonna have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. Why? What sort of problem? What are you talking about? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. They know. All right, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Susato. If Suzy had been in Metaphor, they would have teleported back to see the prince right away. Right away. Like fucking day 3. Just boom. Back to see the prince. Like fuck it. Suzy in every game. Of course. We did this already. The Joe found a glitch. Did you know Capcom released merch to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Great Ace Attorney, and one of them was a series of engagement rings for Ryo, Kazuma, Shomes, and Van Zeeks. The rings have an engraving on the inside with a line from the character, and Van Zeeks is "Your eyes please me, Nipponese." This is real and official. Really? Whoa! Where did he tell us to go? Or are we just gonna go back and see Shomes? I thought we were gonna see Shomes in the Wax Museum. That's where I went. He's not here. I don't know where to go. I wasn't paying attention. I was too in my world trying to own metaphor. Sorry, it's because I'm reading out loud. I wasn't processing what I was saying. My bad. Oh, we have to give the thing to the dog in order to find Drebber. Don't listen to Arrow. Capcom PR team paid her to say that Capcom is paying a lot. Yeah, it's true. That's true. That's true. We are playing a Capcom game again, aren't we? Fucking hell. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. How come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. Speaking of reading, like, all of the kids fucking hate how much reading there is in Pokopia. Just all of them fucking, like, yesterday morning and last night, they're playing Pokopia, and they're like, why does Tangrowth keep talking to me? I just want to play the game. Leo played it first, and then Kate played it, like, later, and both of them, like, they weren't in the same room when they did it, too, so both of them word for word when it started. They're like, I hate cutscenes in games. They made their character and then they couldn't play. I hate cutscenes. It's just like, why is there so much talking? I started reading all the lines out to them in Ace Attorney voices, actually, and they got a really good a big kick out of it. I was like doing a funny voice for Tangrowth and adding like jokes about farts and stuff, and they fucking loved it. It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this very high quality French machine, this is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. Oh, you don't say. Let's have a whiff then. Is Tangrowth in the judge voice? No, it was some weird voice that I found. It was like, you sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. It was this weird voice I started doing for Tangrowth. Oh right, you mean Toby? Oh, it is Minthara. It's kind of it wasn't quite Minthara. It was something different. I just slipped into Minthara there for a second. Sorry. His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can he? Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. Sniff, 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 sniff. Fresh odors. I think he's picked up a scent. Well done. So you mean if he follows the scent to the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy Co's workshop? Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what we're hoping. Kazuma's not dead. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. Wait, when did you once a pickpocket? If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina, I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Right then, Odo, leave it to me. Things are also bits. Watching Mina VODs from a few days ago, for a while I would go into media knowing as little as possible. Not genre, not if it was well received, just title and go. Watch a lot of trash, but sometimes you find some diamonds in the rough. Not knowing the genre can allow some elements to be more effective. I agree, yeah. Did once lead me to thinking, wow, I'm not a fan of how these characters are being objectivized, only to learn that it was literally softcore porn. And I was like, oh, well, still arguably valid thoughts, I believe. Okay, that is an immediate counterexample where not knowing the genre made you think that they were being exploited when that's kind of the point. They're meant to be like on display and everything. All right, so basically, the right genre tag in the right place can make all the difference to Stellar Blade in the world. So like that's all it needs. If they just put that on it, everyone could shut the fuck up. Okay, all right, interesting. All right, sorry. We're gonna get going after the dodgy engineer, Cove, right this minute. Is it Cove or Cove? Cove makes me think I'm saying something wrong, actually. Is it Cove? Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. We'll take the dog. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Got that oil sent have yet? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Oh, we're not going with? Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Nice callback. No, well done. Oh, well done. They're not even addressing what he just did there either. With so nudge nudge wink wink. Do you get the joke? Do you get the callback? Well done. Good job. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. We're not going with her, really? If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. Didn't have the budget for another background, maybe? I'm like, how are we not going with her? I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. We should be able to go up to Crystal Tower as well to see up there, but I guess not. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Oh, you haven't seen him yet? Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find him at Madame Two Spells. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture. Madame Two Spells. Tuss spells? Two spells? I feel like it should be two spells because she's like a witch, so she's casting two spells. Two spells? Two spells. I don't know. My delivery driver just rang the doorbell for the second time after 5 seconds. What do you think the minimum waiting time is? I think that you should wait at least 20 seconds. If you hear movement after the doorbell, then you wait like even longer, maybe even like a full minute. If your doorbell is it possible that they didn't hear the doorbell going off and they didn't think they had pressed the button hard enough, maybe? Like, I'm not sure. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery, of course. Oh, I'm a place you get sweets now. Suzato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? We did this already. Eek. What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? I'm sorry, I think you'll find. That's the temporary waxwork himself. What if it's the real one this time? Oh, she's back! Everyone shut the fuck up. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. It's Ryu Naruhodo. I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Really? Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. What? It was complete misdirection? The stolen waxwork had nothing to fucking do with the air quote teleporting body? Really? So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Did he get his 50 shillings? His habitual duty? Alors, do not disturb, eh? Oh no, I like her. Oh no, but poor Suzato-san, she looks very perplexed. It's over. Pride Month's over, sorry. Sorry. We're on Headslop now, sorry. Kinda het and kinda slop. Yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you know it's just going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money, as if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. Do we have unique dialogue of all these things now with Susie here? Oh, what a horrifying scene. A murderer caught in the grisly act. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely? And did you know that according to the description, the bathroom in the back has no particular significance? Okay, I like this bit. He's like, I learned things last time I was here, and I'm gonna say them, goddammit. What, really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse, peddling criminal wares. Aha, we have a new theory. Oh shit, then we already did that one. The knower has logged on. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. I can, actually. I'd understood that London has a population of 6 million people, yet you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? This one's posture reveals his weakness. Ooh, sorry. The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Suzato takedown, then a Suzato squash, and finally a Suzato smash. Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Suzato slam should finish him. A Suzato slam? Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. Ah, there's a stepladder there, look. Oh, yes, a stepladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. What? Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? Is it the return of spade versus shovel? Like what are we doing? What are we doing? Ladder versus stepladder from the first game? That rings a bell, actually, yeah. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he? I love him, man. He's so entertaining. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what? What do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Sherlock Holmes! Suzato-san! Suzato-san! Legally distinct from Sherlock Holmes-san. My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not a questionable street food quality. Street food's fine. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter. What the fuck, dude? Even I've eaten today. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Cocaine! I just... Oh, well, I do remember I said it was largely... Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's the most modern invention, allowing you to hold the conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. Oh. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Really? Just between you and I. It would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps. The ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? Ah. A fact that I must ask you to keep away from Madame Tuspel's at all costs. 50 shillings are coming my way. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Actually, we have business with the great detective. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. Really? We're leading with this? He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. Never trust a magician, chat. Never ever. Never trust a magician. But we have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it, and then eat it. Uh-oh. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship... Did he investigate the body, or did someone else and he just went along with it? Your words are very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed. And wherein lies the problem? Well, he's not dead. We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Ah ha 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 ha, priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I can believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, we're not letting him go. Huh. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. I am not a doctor. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Okay, I'm getting some Danny from Danganronpa 1 vibes from Sherlock for the first time. Is he just like right 10% of the time? Is he so smart that he just pretends to be dumb for fun? Like what the fuck is going on? How do you remember these made up names? I don't remember his real name. Like it's Danny in my head. I have no. If you asked me to name all the Danganronpa characters, I could probably do it. But that one's Danny. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Ah, are you all right, Mr. Sholmes? Why did you lie about Kazuma? Why were you even on the boat? Were you hired to go? But no, it was a random thing that got him killed. Air quotes killed. Was he like always planning to air quotes die on the ship, and it just turned out, and Sherlock was there to deal with it? Hired by Strongheart, maybe? Like, as we can see, he'll do anything for money. This is he has to be pawning all the time too, and just like an accident just so happened to happen before the plan went through. Like, why would he hide us in the closet? Why would he bring us with it? Like that wasn't planned. Bro's just looking for reason to blame Strong for something. Yeah, because to me, he's the only one that has authority that we've met. Like, he's the highest, he's the most powerful character we've met in the story so far. So my mind goes to power. So it's like power dictates, like, shit rolls down the hill. So whoever's the most powerful person in the story must be behind something in the story, right? But like, maybe they just haven't introduced someone more powerful than that yet, right? So it might not be him, but that's where my mind is going. And also that Strongheart instructed Kazuma to not talk, so he must be involved somehow. He's involved at least a little bit. The fact that Strongheart must know who Kazuma, maybe he doesn't. If he has amnesia, maybe he doesn't know who he is. Why give him to Van Zieks though? Why train him to be a prosecutor? I have no idea what's going on. I have no clue, actually. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? My Xbox controller has disconnected. Okay, there we go. Fucking Xbox canceling everything. What the fuck? Yeah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? Can we see I want to see the wax thing in the curtain, behind the curtain. As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Thick. Really? You did it. Not 2 spells? Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special, one-time only price, you understand. 5 shillings? Wait, does the professor look like Drebber? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Wait, didn't Van Zieks gave us this photograph, right? So Van Zieks must know what the professor looks like if the professor fucking killed his brother. Wouldn't he see this and be like, oh shit, that's the guy who killed my brother? Like, right? Like, oh man, those cheekbones, holy shit, you could grate cheese on them, I know, yeah. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. He just fucking runs out and gets some food. Through those heavy curtains at last. 5 shillings you've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Yup. Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands and chip-loving inspectors. Okay, I understand that you need to have a moment to build the gravitas of what's behind the fucking curtain. Let's fucking go. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Oh my fucking god. 23rd October, Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. This better be good. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as as we walked in here. Miss Susato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home, via really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Was there a wax thing in the grave before? And was it missing its head? I can't remember. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. I want to talk to Tuspels. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Are we going to do a dance of deduction? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Damn, if only we had done a dance of deduction in the fucking room when he concluded that Kazuma was dead, we could have fucking, like, been with him the whole time. Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so, according to what Madame Tuspel said. He killed 5 victims, all noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Really? The Professor's not the one on the left? Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Why is the head missing? Was it someone wearing like a big trench coat to make it look like fucking Assman was in the cage and it was just his head sticking out as he could still move around? Why is the head missing? I can't drop it that this wax thing was involved in this murder, by the way. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine, but unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Susato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then, perhaps Mr. Sholmes absentmindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Well, he just misdiagnosed our best friend as dead, Ryu, so I think that my theory holds some water. Why don't you shut the fuck up? All right, Susie, you're right, yeah. Okay, then, let's continue the investigation without making this awkward, okay? Or perhaps the thief absentmindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass, and quite a big piece too. Like from the glass tower? It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than any normal window glazing, I'd say. Thick. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particular wide area, such as a big building, for example. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean? Exactly. Danganronpa characters could never. Holy shit! Holy shit, the Crystal Tower, the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? It really makes you think. The piece of broken glass has been entered the court. So it is something to do with the murder. A small fragment of very unusual and thick glass was found in the folds of the clothing of the Professor Waxer. It would appear to be from the Crystal Tower. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick, and now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Yes. Just a coincidence. Is that a camera? Doesn't matter if they're here in Britain or in Japan. Graveyards are scary. There's something kind of uncomfortable about graveyards, something kind of beautiful about them too, but yeah. Now I come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen a British grave. According to what I've read, the custom in Britain is to bury the dead as they are, without cremation. What? But if you do that, you might accidentally bury people while they're still alive. Yeah, better to kill them in the incinerator for. I'm not sure that would be worse than accidentally. Yeah, incinerating people while they're still alive. That's so true. I think we can both agree that it's best not to still be alive when our time comes. Then. And what am I to say to that? Okay, is this a shovel or a spade? This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. I think it's a spade. Perhaps we should investigate a little more detail. Okay, why are you hiding his face? What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night? I think it was to get earth on it, actually. Miss Susato? Yes? That's a That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What would you use to bury it, though? What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. What was the practice of when people died? They would dress up the corpses and take pictures of them as a final picture for like before they went into the ground. Usually they pose them too. Like if a bunch of people died together, they would pose them in a set too, wasn't it? Embalming? No, embalming still has nothing to do with photographs. But or was it just called embalming first then? A memento mori? Is that what it's called, memento mori? I feel like we've learned this before. Yeah. They're quite creepy in my opinion. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. The camera has been entered into the court record. Wait, what are we doing? The camera from around the neck of a waxwork in Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to light coming through the lens. Thank you, Encyclopedia Possum. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Suzato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Do we have to look at it in the court record to see it, or? That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, chochin? The point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this, well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Okay, I think we've looked at everything, so now it's time to look at his face and get the, oh my god, that's the professor. Right? Right? I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? Gotta manhandle something. I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Ah, what on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. That doesn't look like the same person to me, really, though. Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. Oh. Okay, I see the resemblance more now. Just the hair is different. Okay. Did he get witchered? It's Enoch Drubber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. Not all witchers get white hair when they go through the trial of the grasses, just like Geralt was very, very strong and resilient to it, so he graduated to a more experimental treatment, and the stress of it through the experimental treatment made his hair go white. Not all the witchers go through that. You might think that because the first other witcher that you really see in the game series is Vesemir, and he's old, so you know that's why. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, okay. All right. This man is a subject of your present hunt, I believe. We should do GeoGuessr Witcher 3. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? You see Letho before Vesemir, don't you? Who's the first Witcher? The first Witchers you see in Witcher 1 are Geralt being dragged on the cart, and Lambert and Eskel and Vesemir are all there too. But who's the very first one you see of those three? I'm not sure. Maybe it's Lambert. And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? So we only got 40 shillings, which is why you asked us for 5. Okay. Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. Largely solved means it's not solved. I must locate the missing head. Tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. Aha! A very hungry iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Arg. Do you know, though? Something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? What's going on here? Is this like him returning to the crime to see like the Clint, and Clint comes back from the dead or something? Or and also Kazuma's come back from the dead. What's this theme of coming back from the dead that's going on here? Did Assman actually die? Is the coroner in on it too? What's going on? This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little. Oh yeah? About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. He's gonna teach me something. The resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy, I can't say this word very well, sorry. Aristocracy, aristocrats? The aristocrats? Aristocracy or royalty. Aristocracy. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. What? Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. Is it like an actual hound or just a very, very large person that just likes to pretend? What are you talking about? After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. Closed court. The undercourt? You mean the professor's identity? As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Huh? Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh... The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. And the judge decided, but the sentence was carried out. He was dead. We can't kill him again. That would require a whole other trial, and I'm busy. Closed trials are hard to do. Okay, well, we did it. He came back to life. What are we gonna do? Kill him again? He gets to go free now. Fuck it. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness of those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen? Okay, so not the professor then. Alright. Why are we hiding the professor's face? What are we doing? Did Sherlock explain? Well, the only reason why we would be hiding Professor's face if Professor has a face that we already know that face. Who face? Who face is it? Is it Assman? Who is it? The young witness. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. Okay, how do we know that from him? He lies. He's a conjurer. He just tricked Hairbrain into building a fucking teleportation machine for the bit. He doesn't even need the money. He has a gigantic workshop where he can just build things. So clearly they don't need the money. He just does it for fun, for a lark. What the fuck? What do you mean? From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. Are you judging that by the wax one? It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. Okay, there we go. The sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. Okay. For the trial of the mass graves? What? For the following few days, the story of what we've seen was on every front page in the capital. Really? The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's. Huh. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Just a bit of grave robbing, innit? Simple as. Yes, what was he up to? The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. Why would some guy in prison have the collar of that in the room and hide it, and it's worth money? What? And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Really? It's the dog that did it. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have... Toby? It was Toby? Holy shit. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the... So too did the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Because it's fucking ridiculous. Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried, exactly where it had been following the execution. Wax double, 2 spells is in on it. No! But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing's been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life, that's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out and out lie. What the bleeding Nora, Odo? What have you gone and done? Okay, I was too busy theorizing what's going on in the story there to register what the fuck was he doing in the graveyard. It didn't say. Okay, well, I was paying attention then. All right. Thanks, Holmes. Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina, not so loud in the museum. Madame Tuspel's will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... All right, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What you think? We found it. We found that dodgy Cubs workshop. What? You found Drebber's work? The Hound of the Meadow! No! He's a killer! If you put that collar on that dog, he's gonna transform like a fucking Pokemon into the most dangerous killer imaginable and rip all of our throats out. Get him the fuck out of here. Yeah, yep, Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. Got the boss to write it out. Oh, we're actually gonna see it? Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right then, see you there. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. One of the expensive ones that has, like, a buffet inside. No offer to share the cost of Mr. Sholmes, then. Dude, I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Zato. Right, let's go. 23rd October, Enoch Drebber's workshop. Holy shit. The teleporter teleported itself here? What's with the quiver? This looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got here then. Bump, 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 bump. Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time, you've really worked miracles. It was Toby? Wow, stolen valor? What the fuck? It's Toby who's the miracle worker? Woof. Ah, I thought you lot would show up before long. Greg, what's wrong with your fucking eyes? Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. Lemon goes well with fish and chips. Maybe he just went, like, overboard on the vinegar. I don't know. Oh, thank you to Kale.io for the 4 months. Thank you very much. At work, we use +1 to indicate that something is a good idea, and I keep wanting to ask people if my comments deserve a +2 with the rain. Thank you, Kale.io. Thank you, Chaotic Despair, for the 48 months. 4 years. No thoughts, head empty. That's a good state of mind, yeah. Thank you very much for the dancing drums with that. And thank you, Rex Yalda, both for 69 months. Hope you're well, Rex. Hey, Joe. Hope you've been keeping well. Currently catching up on the great Ace Attorney VODs. Hope it's been fun. It's been a really fun time, yeah. Yeah, really, really good. I think that this is probably my favorite investigative part in the whole entire game, in the whole entire series. I actually enjoyed this investigation part. And usually I don't. Like, the best they are usually is neutral. This one has been really good. So there is a way to make them work, I think. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Why do you think this works? There's not that many things to investigate in the scenes, and it also is a really big mix of information you're getting about the trial, about the characters, about the larger story that's going on at the same time, and also the characters' involvement as well. It's not just building character traits and stuff like that and character development. It's what they did in the past too. Yeah, almost everyone's involved too, except for Iris. Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. Where's Van Zeeks? According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude. I'm paid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to stick around in here, get cracking. Let's get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks is the forensic investigation team, and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Do you really think you're making it to Paris, Craig? What the fuck? Them again. Imagine you've got a picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you... Oh, are we going to do a dance of deduction in here? And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. This is probably my second favorite track in the game. I like it, it's good. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described? Is it? Huh? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real airplane would actually fly high in the sky. Are you fucking stupid, Mr. Naruhodo? Of course it's not, just flying in the sky. If it was capable, then it would already be here, wouldn't it? It's a representation of what the fuck are you talking about? Well, suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. What about the balloon? So to you, the situation is ever taller towers? Hey, just signed up to thank you for pointing me to the good place. Haven't laughed out loud so much in a while. Thank you. I see your value now. Amazing first time chat message. Wow. Good place is really good. Yeah, glad you're enjoying it. This appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away, because you'd be fucking dead, yeah. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor, except for money. Ah. Would you like a massage? Yeah? No, I'm fine, thank you. What do you mean? I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that you're all fucking gay. That sorry, that there's no... that there's much more to this Enoch Trevor than a conjuring trick. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. Yeah, sure. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. Yeah, it seems like it's like a replica or a model of a trophy. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. Was it a fake trophy that they gave to him to make him think that he was more powerful, more accomplished than he actually was? I'm not sure. A Royal Society trophy for excellence in science that was found in Mr. Drebber's workshop. It's a very prestigious award for a young scientist. All right, let's talk to Greggy last. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, that machine is covered by the special dispensation for scientific equipment. No, it's not. No, there would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government. It's only a model. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? Yeah, famously so. I think that's just these two, Miss Susato. Hate being ruled, the British. They barely ever do it. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. I'm the lockpicking CSI. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And no one's given it to you, Sunshine. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Okay, either because Sherlock won't let Iris publish the story about the Hound of the Baskervilles, either it goes so high up in the government that even Sherlock has to respect it. That doesn't track to me at all. Or it has something to do with Watson, Iris's dad, and it would attract attention, and he's hiding a secret from her. It's got to be one of those two. And I'm guessing it's the second one, because I can't, the Giselle Brett thing isn't going away, and now that we found out that she was just pretending to be British, which is the most cringe thing imaginable, I'm guessing that it's got to be wrapped up in some bigger thing that's going on with Susie's dad as well, and he doesn't want to attract attention. It could be government. Maybe if it went like really high, maybe Sherlock would respect that. Maybe. I don't know. I don't have enough information. I'm just kind of flapping my arms at it right now. This is. It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, okay, so they're bolts, not arrows. I was gonna say, why are they in there? Okay. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words, Sumari. Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Okay, why is there even still a trial at this point? It is obvious the Harebrain didn't do it. A crossbow found hidden behind a tree under the experimentation stage of the exhibition grounds. It belongs to Mr. Enoch Drebber. Thud. Uh-oh, we didn't talk to Greg. Shit. Oh. Is something wrong, Mr. Zato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? Woof, woof. Right, mind the grease? Thud, thud, thud. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. Clomp, 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 clomp. Squeak, clunk. Well, they're fucking gone. Oh my, someone is in there. Jesus Christ, this Jason Bourne. Ah, this rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Click. There, you may answer at will. I don't know why I'm the judge now, but I am. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? I need to talk to Greg. Nothing for it, I suppose. Did I miss dialogue? Shit, I'm sorry. Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. So you better finish investigating everything before you go through. Prepare for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Is that a bomb? Okay, we have there's so much going on in this room. There's a hot air balloon model that is blue on the bottom but green on the top, so it's kind of almost looks like the ones that are in the sky, but not really. It's a recommissioned one. There's like a ship frame model hull on the wall. There's footprints on the ceiling door. The cupboard is upside down, and there's a safe. An old-timey safe, too. I should get a safe. I feel like I should have a safe. I think by the time you get to my age, you should have a safe, right? I don't know what I'm keeping in the safe. But I feel like you should have one. What? What's happening here? Why is everything upside down? Well, not everything. Is it? Rats, there ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away. But there's only one door into this room. He's in the safe! And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. What's that up there? Are they... Okay, was Christopher Nolan consulted? It's an Inception room? Does it flip upside down? What the fuck is it? Are there footprints on the ceiling? Blow me. I would like to repeat my statement. What have we here then? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. Oh, blueprints! What? To what? To that Professor Harebrain's barmy machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. What pillar? A rope? What's significance about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. You thought Kazuma was dead. Shut the fuck up. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrives too. Okay, I feel like we're not addressing the bomb. You found burnt shit in the stove. You went over to the rope, but there's a bomb. Okay, here we go. Oh, we're not doing. All right, you know what? I'm gonna LARP along with Sherlock. Let's look at everything else. Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Shone's suite isn't even in this much ever in this such a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo, but I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se. It's that everything is literally upside down. But why? All right. Well, we will investigate what this bomb is after the break. Be back in about 5 minutes. We're overdue. Dynamite is a relatively new invention. Oh, is it? I don't know enough about history to know. Like to me, with this just screams, oh, that's a bomb. Would everyone in here be like, what the fuck is that instead? I guess so. They're not running out, so I guess it has to be that. Alfred Nobel, good old inventor dynamite. Nobel Prizes, blood money. There's no denying it, is there? There are footprints. Yeah, why would there be footprints up there? Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Suzato shoot-up or something? Like a Suzato takedown, I mean. Punch Showdown is around this area, and you're throwing dynamite sticks at people all the way through that game, and that's historically accurate, right? So, I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruto. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. It's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon using gas. Really? A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? Nah. Okay, so it's just the safe and these two things, right? Nothing else? What if I just leave? You can leave. Hit the bricks. Oh, yes! No! The casino! Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. Imagine if we extended the stream yesterday to get back to the trial. Holy shit. 2 hours and we haven't seen the judge. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped... Ah! Mr. Zato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Did you say bomb? A bomb? A time bomb? Yeah. But why? But sorry, what is a time bomb exactly? Eh? Well, if it was made by the Canes, it would do something else. Ah ha 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 ha! You truly one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Hey, Gatsby, you've been kind of sad today. Are you okay? You've been like keeping to yourself today. Oh, you're smiling now? That's good. You okay, buddy? Yeah, you good? Hey, buddy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He is a good boy. Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. I was barely home yesterday. Is that why? Were you missing me? I was barely here yesterday. He's a good boy. Ha, you don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You could be the Hound of the Baskervilles, you know that? You're big enough. You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. You mean Susie? But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Huh? Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it, Susie? He misdiagnosed Kazuma as dead, alright? Kazuma? I don't know which is correct anymore. Kazuma is dead? It could be a bomb, alright? I see. So that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. It's not a time bomb, it's just a regular bomb. For I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I've learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Alright, this is a weird death eulogy that's going on right now. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. We're dead, my dear Susato. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. There's a bomb! What the You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. Is it gonna blow up in the middle of his dance? So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh my fucking god. No! No! Flipped furniture. Tension. Oh my god. It's plain to see this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room is on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that... There's a safe code. Indeed, the key here. Whoa! Is gravity the budget? What the fuck? It would appear that technology has last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. Wait, what? For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I, too, was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. Just want to... An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day. In fact, the only reason we're still standing in here is because this nutter told us this wasn't the bomb. We're fucking dead. No, don't fuck with it. But why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is the timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. I gotta say, the feet on the trapdoor at the top are, you know, maybe he's right. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion since some time later by the timer device. I didn't read that right, I'm sorry. I witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Conclusion, because gravity was reversed, a fucking lunatic missing engineer. Now, let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. He reversed gravity for 10 seconds in order to just jump out of the window, Lamayo. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Mr. Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Holy shit! By inverting the gravity in here, this is such an amazing, clever use of assets here, because this presents as really, really cool, but it was probably just like, they're just manipulating things in the room and the camera perspective like that, but it works, man. By inverting the gravity in here, Juro was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. Oh, she's upside down, but the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. Thank you, Balder. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Okay. I think that's more likely to reverse our insides, but okay. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. What do you think She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. Oh. But your whole deduction hinges on it. You told us that it wasn't possible. Are you just fucking with us? Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Okay, Jonathan Creek, however improbable it may seem. Oh dear. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mr. Zato lent me once. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. The spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. It wasn't tied to anything? But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Oh. Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find, do ropes. As evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery facing this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is only one Ellen skillfully? Or at the beginning of Skull, that argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. We must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. I think we need to do it quickly before the bomb explodes, but okay. If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Holmes is Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room is on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of Earth. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. He's fucking with us. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Miss Susato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? Which, while refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly. Yes, it does immediately put you in a mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit. Ah, could it be that a mini whirlwind passed through here, do you think? Someone was told that the safe code is underneath a piece of furniture, but wasn't told which piece of furniture? I'm not sure that's much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes' explanation. Oh dear, saying the first thing that comes into your head isn't the way forward here, it seems. Well, that's how Sholmes works. Well, I was expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that. I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility, but not that fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me. Okay, so there's more? No, okay. Oh, okay, so all the furniture is just the same one. Okay. What about the safe? Oh, it's bolted to the floor. Look, Miss Susato. When everything seems to be upside down in here, this safe is conspicuously the right way up. Have you noticed? Yes, that's true. That's so true. But look more closely at the safe's feet. Feet? Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. I certainly didn't say that. Wait, what? I can't go look at the thing that's on the code? I'm guessing it's this then. How can we Sholmes Max? We have to be eating soap while about to be teleported across a map into a pocket of anti-reverse gravity right before being tucked into bed to have a dream about it all. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Into a pawn bro? Yeah, always be pawning. Always be pawning. Thanks for the raid, Utada. Hope you're having a good time. What were you playing? Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. He's never mad. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? Always. No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, Sue, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. Oh, well, that was easy. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let's continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is in fact not an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally, there is an explanation. Is just Greg's and Gina just watching? The only reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. We thought we did it. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over, and so whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. We've already established that gravity wasn't actually reversed in here, haven't we? In other words, Sumari, this isn't an anti-gravity device at all, which makes me very curious to know what sort of device it is. But I think for now it's clear that we're looking for an answer elsewhere. What the fuck are we doing? That's a coal-burning heater, I think, isn't it? Yes, it is, but it's not just for heating, you know? You can grill on it, bake in it, boil it, and steam things with it. It serves all sorts of purposes. Fucking Frodo doing his dance of... No, Bilbo doing his fucking dance of deduction about how all the treasure got into Smaug's fucking hoard while the dragon is there sleeping on top of it. Be like, who knows? It was the dwarfs that brought the fucking treasure. Who fucking... don't worry about that thing. Let's just dance and talk in front of... What the fuck are we doing? That seems like it's having your cake and eating it too. Not unlike a heated kotatsu table with a nabe pot, hot pot, a mikan orange, a cat, and an elderly relative. Oh, you mean it seems too much? I suppose perhaps it does. But you realize only some of those things on your list are edible, don't you? 432582. Oh, look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, safe. 432582. Safe, as in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly, more likely. Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though.
Take that!
Bum 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 bum. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely, I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. I love when media does this snapping quickly back and forth to get people to talk. This in games, movies, TV shows, I love this shit. And what pray happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. Now, not if you always note things in the same place. In the Susie book of Susie things, I actually won the second prize, you know? But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside down. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Bum, 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 bum. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe, and then he shot out a bomb and left to find the safe combination. Bum 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 bum. Escape via skylight. Did he use the balloon to escape? Would that be enough to get one person to launch them upwards a little bit more? Or now let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Maybe there was like a sword that was tied around a rope, and he put the sword against the wall, then stepped on the hilt, and then jumped, did a flip in the air, so you went out feet first, and then used the rope to pull up the sword afterwards, and then used the sword to cut the rope, and then dropped the rope back in the skylight, and then left. You know, there's no way that would ever happen in a story. Indubitably, the grace clearly of explaining the actions above our heads. Yeah, how did the feet get there? Yes, how is it possible their footprints all the way up on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if a change in direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Shoes on your hands. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days? Halcyon days? I feel like I learn how to say this word every single time. Halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. What the fuck? It looks like these are the only windows in the room. In other words, Sumari, if you want to escape without using the door, these skylights would be the only way. Yes, that's true, but even so, and right next to the only escape route, we noticed some telltale footprints. Telltale? Nevertheless, we've said many times now, gravity can't explain how they got there. But powerful springs in the soles of a man's shoe could. Have you been having strange dreams as well, like Mr. Sholmes? This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon? Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look. Oh yes, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. What's that up there? Is it just like a... It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look. Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Those are different feet, those different shoes on that wall there. Is there a Shimano in the safe that is like, I knew that Holmes would come in here and conclude that a gravity device had turned the whole place upside down. So I threw my shoe up there, just looking like I went through the window while I hid in the safe, and they would be distracted until the bomb went up. Like, what's going on? Why would anyone be throwing up shoes at the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid. I don't know what to do. I guess we're just gonna present the shoe. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon, that seems somewhat familiar data. Ah, it was a piece of the green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. Inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred, I did see it, yes, was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say? If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach, hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Is he listening to this from inside the safe?
Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon.
What? What are they? Why are they still here? It was the bomb. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. All right, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and pull it down to us to the ground, which is much easier said than done, I feel, and could take us a very long time as well. I one-shot it. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? The crossbow? To reach the intended destination, what better tool than the crossbow? Okay, but it's full of helium and also bomb. Talking about the bomb that we found, that was found at the scene, in fact. Do we have it? And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. Just poke your fucking sword up at it. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeper stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. Oh, it's not that that's what the wax goes over and it's been melted off? A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. Just pick it, so we can't see the face inside them. Oh, what? Whose face is it? Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean? Oh goodness. Another one was stolen? I see you've joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent. Ah, of course. A headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was, but I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me of 50 shillings. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it, sans D early today, was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. The other person that has a waxwork model in that scene is the one that stole the other model of presumably of the person he saw rise from the grave. What? The head of the Professor Waxwork that was stolen from the Madame Tuspel special exhibit. What the fuck is going on? Well, it appears our logical pleasures cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. Cruise? All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? It seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. Why is the music fucked up? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this seduction. Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the bomb. The wardrobe.
Take that.
The wardrobe. Oh. All right. There are lives in this section? All right, Mr. Drebber, come out. Oh. Not there, Mr. Naruhodo. But I don't understand. You could always climb inside yourself. Oh, not again. Please, don't mind us. Do go ahead. I know how fond you are of wardrobes. I'll think of something else. Thank you very much. Where could Mr. Drebber be hiding? Can you find out where Mr. Drebber is hiding? bed, skylight, hiding in the safe. I'm sure we've already come across a clue that reveals the answer, you know? Yes, it was when we deduced why all the furniture in here is upside down, wasn't it? That gave us the answer, I'm sure. We're very close now, Mr. Naruhodo. I can sense it.
Take that!
If he comes out and says, "You fools, that bomb's about to go off," I will lose my shit. Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here, which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was, in fact, searching for the combination to this safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, sue Mr. Enoch Drebber. Is at this very moment inside the safe.
What?
This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Inside the safe. They're a good team. Proves that when you want to get something done, it's just important just to start. You gotta start, even if it's a bad place, you just start, and then you just correct and fix as you go. You just get started. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening a safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2. I knew that. Alright then. Here goes. Isn't there like a mechanism inside that you can hold and make it so you can't open it? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, why didn't you just do that? Is he stupid? What the fuck are you wearing, bro? You found me. For this one, I'm thinking Yusuke. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume? Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Two Spells as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. Ha ha ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then. Number 15. No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. 7 Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. What the fuck? Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Not yet. Phew, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Drebber, look at this, please. Do you, have anything to say about it? Are these strange mechanical movements supposed to be some sort of answer? He's just constantly doing the fucking robot. Sholmes could pick that. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Yeah, that sounds awful. Well, yes, that's true. That's so true, but I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. Oh, they're not even letting you get a clue. You can't see inside it at all. This is really important. Maybe this isn't a mask at all. Maybe this is just what his face looked like. Who made this? This is like custom made just to hide this face. Oh look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see? Unless you're a rich kid from Bohemia, you just snap, 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 snap. Is something wrong? There is no plate, it's been removed. Ah, what a pity, but I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict come back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Of course, Usada-san. She looks devastated. The mask is of time-traveling lot of heart. Oh, I hope so. 1 second, chat. Thank you, Sirlex Awu, for the 32 months, 22 minutes ago. Thank you very much. With an Awu face as well. Thank you very much. And thank you to Dibblemunt for the new sub also, after a bunch of bits as well. Thank you, Dibblemunt. Hope you're enjoying Greatest Attorney. Alright, so we can't present anything to him. Someone asked me if I find this guy hot. He kind of looks like Rodney from Only Fools and Horses to me. I do not find him hot, sorry. Not my type. What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Well, okay, welcome to the crew. That's just what we do. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Mr. Eber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop that I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. The fuck? No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. None of your business. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. When did you put the bomb down? And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticket time bomb? Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe, it's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. It might destroy the locking mechanism, though. You might get trapped in, though. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Ben Zeke's laughing in the chat. Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. better accommodations than the wardrobe you had on the fucking ship that were completely unnecessary because the door could lock. I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly, but what I did not account for was Sherlock being fucking crazy and thinking that it was an anti-gravity device and you doing the dance of deduction that I just had to sit here with my neck craned up against the top of the safe. It hurt so much the whole entire time. It's been 25 minutes. Also, the streamer took a break when he got in here, so it was an extra 5, but you seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Do we want this voice or do we want Yusuke voice? So instead of a Yusuke voice would fit better. Do you want to try Yusuke voice on for a little bit and see? Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the 2 incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition? And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. How does Madame Tuspels know what the professor looks like then? Huh? Can I do both of them? No, I've been... Oh, how did you get here? Oh, you did call for backup, didn't you? Yeah, okay. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, Can I do Yusuke and robot voice? All right, hold on. Let's see. I've been considering carrying around as protection. I've been considering carrying around as protection. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, I don't know what's going on here, Gregson. I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. I am also Yusuke, motherfucker. Here I go. Yes, well, Dr. Scythe again. So the forensics investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Shlomes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out. Oh, but of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But, Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now, all of you. Evil mommy, your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Inspector-san. Are these two related? Kuh. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Sunshine, Drebber? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. What are you? That one? You mean? Wait, is this out? Wait, what? Van Zeek's no! Huh? They didn't find this when they searched it? I thought the forensic team was allowed to look at it. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage of the Great Exhibition. Man, how could Harebrain do this? Professor Harebrain's invention and all of his secrets were blown away forever. So it does work. Instantaneous death. Instant teleportation to the realm of death. It does work. Wow. Okay. Well, that's all we have time for stream today. I'm a bit tired, so I guess we'll continue tomorrow at the trial. Any good raid targets around, or what? 24th October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, okay. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Slept well then. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Is he gonna interrupt again? That was so weird. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Shut the fuck up. It's Shut the Fuck Up Friday. Shut the fuck up. Yes, I will. I realize it's all a mistake. You've already fucked up. Shut the fuck up, my dear fellows. I must interject. Here we go. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. I must spell it out. I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of tea of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. From the craters that brought you, oh dear, bring you, oh my. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Morning, sunshine. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? Which professor? How many professors are there? What? I don't know. Poor professor. Is he the professor? Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. Wait, useful? You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now, and it was all done under wraps. Why? And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. A bit too quickly, if you ask me. The autopsy report of the mass murderer knows the professor who was tried and found guilty by closed trial 10 years ago. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. How can this possibly be relevant? Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. The shadow of the great detective Sholmes. In the shadow of the great detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today, we're going to lay all this to rest at last. Okay, so this is a two-part trial, not a third-part trial? Okay. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. Isn't he, like, going down for bombing the Great Exhibition? How many dead? I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. There's 2 more after this, bud. I've not felt this before, actually. And this strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Is Kazuma gonna pull off the mask and Van Zieks is gonna be horrified that his apprentice is from Japan? He's gonna tell his fucking own assistant, my Nipponese friend, you need to shut up. And then us from across the aisle, like, yeah, you Nipponese friend, brother, you need to shut up. Yeah, high five, yeah, shut your mouth. Okay, all right. Van Zieks, be racist to me again now. All right, yeah, kick him out. Just me and you, the Old Bailey courtroom. Holy shit, he is there. Okay. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of... How is he still fucking on trial? What the fuck do you mean? What? Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Oh, he's so nervous. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. We're in London here specifically to learn the law system as visiting Japanese students, and we're here in court, and 3 of the 4 people being lawyers are already Japanese. Like, if Van Zieks leaves at some point, it'll just be like fucking like the jury's like, what the fuck is going on? Are they learning from each other? Like, what's happening? It's like visiting theater, if I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see complexity of this case rise considerably. He also has his own... Well, I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. Okay, so you got him to do that without him being able to talk to you. Huh. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. Kazuma-san. And he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but, oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. Are you going to give us credit? I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Hope you have your popcorn. Who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today? Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. Interesting? We have to listen to what's being said on both sides of the fence and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Same thing as last time. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. We just threw him in the clink, we did. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zeeks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? Okay, well, considering there was already an explosion that happened there, and we all know that it's like volatile dynamite, there's no way that they're going to say that he planted a second explosion that went off by itself. Someone must have planted it afterwards, because he's been in custody the whole entire time, right? An explosion! This is an outrage! Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. How many people died? I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. Oh. Oh, okay. So the explosion wasn't that big. It just blew up the top of the thing. Why would you want to blow that up? Huh? It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. I'm starting to think that the machine worked. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. They found a stooge fucking scientist to build them a fake machine, and it turns out that they accidentally found a scientist that could actually do it, so it actually worked, and it kind of fucked up their plan. A photographic print of the experimentation stage after it was completely leveled by a time bomb. The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Okay, so that means Hairbrain's off the hook, and in Drebber's, you know, we're gonna do double prosecution. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, we just must vote guilty. The authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. No way to know. Maybe he invented teleportation back here in the 1890s, but maybe not. Who knows? Oh well, lost to history. Let's continue. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. Okay, explain how. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. Whether it worked or not, as Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Assman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. You know me, I'm the judge. I've forgotten everything that happened yesterday. It's new day, new me. That's my motto. Pawn all my stuff in the morning. Always be pawning. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Assman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose the information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Order, order. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand, and to do Yusuke voice while he's on there. Not the robot one, just the normal Yusuke voice, please. Fuck you, Van Zeeks. I won't do what you tell me. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation, whatever you want me to be. Hard to pin down, I would say. Yeah, that's about every single character in this game, actually. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too. I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. What about that he bombed the fucking exhibition? And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 witnesses. 7 if you count the dog Toby. Like, what the fuck are you talking? But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. Okay. Let me get it right out of that thing. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. There's no proof of it. He said it. He said he did it. He admitted it. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I'm aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Joe, didn't you just say yesterday confessions of evidence are an entire thing? Oh, sorry. I'm not saying that he should be like you know, don't even need to do a trial in jail with you because you admitted that you did that. I just think that that should also be a part of it right now. That it's not about that he's being involved for that. He should also be investigated right now, and it's relevant that he bombed the fucking exhibit. Like that should be a big thing about this right now too. Maybe it will be. Maybe I'm ahead of the game. I don't know. We'll see. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. And look at me, I'm a fucking robot, and I'm saying that. What? Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. Who knew the world had such wondrous science? He didn't directly admit to bombing anything? What do you mean? Huh? Okay, why am I getting pushback for this from multiple people in chat? He said, yeah, you deactivated this bomb, but he didn't say about the other one. Did he not say that he did it? Like, maybe he didn't directly plant the bomb in the thing, but he knew there was a bomb somewhere else. No, he didn't say the second part? What? Okay, let's see if we can find something we can agree on. The words he said was admitting that he had knowledge of another bomb that was somewhere, right? We can agree about that, right? Now, maybe it's too much of an implication, but the fact that he planted the first bomb and then he also said, yeah, you found this bomb but not the other one, strongly implies that he also had some involvement with the other bomb, and he has knowledge of it. Coincidence doesn't mean cause it. We've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. Maybe we should ban more people. You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. We're still on this, huh? But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony. This was procrastination about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration of the Great Exhibition. Understood. Kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Assman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? Also, please disregard the fact that there was a wax body that I stole from a wax museum. Just remember, I cleaned it from your mind. That's true, yeah, you did tell me to do that. It's out of there. I don't even know what you're talking about. What is this about wax bodies? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Assman has had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. So he's probably very credible, but such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. Yeah, remember, as a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. And that this seems like a magic trick was pulled off in front of a whole audience, but disregard that. I wasn't being hired in my capacity of magician, but as someone who builds things. It's nothing to do with it. But crucially, my stage knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for the young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. Susie, shut up. If hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Really? Really? Yes, my lord. Okay. Really? Thank you, Dylan, for the bits. Think crazy, Nick. Nick. And thank you, Fairy Fountain, for the new sub tier. Thank you very much, Fairy Fountain. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're enjoying Grace Journey 2. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Assman's introduction. When the Assman testifies, the hopeless man believes. So you were already acquainted with Mr. Assman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. Thank you, Nick's AC, too. Kind of Nick adjacent there. Thank you, Rush, to 26 months. As long as people pay their bills, I take my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Assman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, sumari, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other. Providing me the blueprints and I constructed the machine to specifications, it was no trick. Okay, can we bring him out then and ask if Harebrain wanted a trapdoor to be below the fucking thing? Oh no, we can't put him on the stand. He'll incriminate himself instantly. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. Deliverance? Henry? So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? How about the blueprints? Oh wait, you were found in a room burning them. Are we gonna bring that up? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. Yeah, that's true. Bombs are the perfect crime, really, because they destroy themselves, therefore there's no evidence, so who can say that there even was a bomb? He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. Did Harebrain ask for a bomb to be installed up there too? Yes, I followed the specifications exactly. It's not my place to judge. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? Of course, that's it. Mr. Assman was a twin. We already fucking told you. No, he's not. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Assman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. Maybe he had a brother that kind of looked like him from a distance. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim, but Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Assman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to that, to the fact. I thought we weren't allowed to use fingerprints. Are we allowed to do that? So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Assman then. Okay, but it could have been something that looked identical to him while he was in the balloon, and the swap was made after. It's like, we start off with him on the stage, then drops down, the explosion, double in the sky, falls down, and then he goes into the contraption. And then he's killed? What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Typically I'm not, no. Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst in the Crystal Tower. It crashed headfirst, you say? To shreds, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. I'm not hearing a no. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst in the tower. So you were there. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. He was dead before his neck was broken, though, which is very strange. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant. And he had a broken vertebrae as well as a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Basic reading. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet a level where such things can be determined. Oh, what? I thought it said that it. Wait, hold on. What? I thought it said that it was there. Hemorrhage, cause of death. Hemorrhage of a wound that was chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by sharp implement. Okay, this is wrong. Another autopsy out of date? What the fuck are you talking about? A broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from a height. Additional observations. Okay, which one's right? What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment, and since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. Anti-gravity machine? A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. So you understand the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? It's instructions. It's like building a fucking computer. Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Oh, very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yeah, you should have clapped back with yeah, and I haven't lost a single fucking case. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence, one way or another. Both Mr. Assman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Yeah, bro. Big bro, what are we doing? Okay, I have no idea what to present here. So there was no new evidence that we got here. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Assman's introduction. He provided me the blueprints I constructed the machine to his specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? And all the specters saw the birdcage appear above their heads and crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine is flawed somehow. Okay, hold on. Let us look at the evidence, the new evidence that we got today that we haven't looked through yet. We haven't looked through this we kind of looked through. Let's just go through them all again, just to be safe. Okay. Oh, so it didn't land head first, it landed bottom first. Ah, look here, Miss Susato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height. Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, it down into the crystal tower below, a fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Okay, so that's what we're presenting. Okay, is there anything else here? Brett? No, no swan. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Great structure, Henry. Okay. And we looked at everything here, didn't we? We pulled this out? Oh, we didn't look at this. Oh shit, there's blood on it. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? I love contraptions too, yeah. Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely? Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba-san. How is there blood on it? It's a prop! Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows, just here. Are they still called bellows? They do look like bellows, yeah. Huh. On the bellows just here, there seem to be very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha 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 ha. The details of the camera have been updated in the court record. How could this possibly have anything to do with what we're going through right now? What the fuck? I love this. I love when I have no idea what something is for. What is this for? There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. He could have just stolen this. Is there any name on it or anything like that? Wait, is that it? There's nothing else to look at? Killer's autopsy report. Condemned prisoner, redacted for confidentiality, pseudonym The Professor, Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. Why are they worried about the professor's identity and privacy? Who the fuck is Courtney Stevens? You're Courtney Scythe. Did you get married? You do have a daughter. And everyone knows that you can't have a daughter without being married. So, a photograph printing the experimentation stage after it completely leveled by a time bomb. The metal floor of the stage has been blown up by the explosion. Okay, I think we investigate everything.
Objection.
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. You're so smart, Judge. Oh, yes, you're such a smart judge. Such a smart judge paying attention. Yeah, okay, here you go. Let us spoon feed you some more shit now. Yeah, let's go. Oh, you're such a smart judge. We love you so much, Judge. Still smarter than Georgie Kane, though. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was in the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery, or like people just like thought they were seeing the top of it when it was really the bottom. Gah! Why was part of that orange there? Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. One of my favorite mystery investigation games is Paradise Killer, because when you catch someone in an undeniable lie, instead of confessing, they just go, I don't know what to tell you. You must be mistaken. Someone else must be lying to you. Like what would happen in real life, going down with a ship. Yeah. It is very convenient in a lot of mystery media that when you catch someone, they have their hands up moment and they go, you got me. You know what I mean? Like, it's satisfying as in terms of like, getting a read on it, and when it's done well, I think sometimes it can work if the person wants the credit, or they kind of secretly wanted to get caught, or you know they're you've tricked them into it and they have no other recourse. But in reality, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are just like, I don't know what to tell you, it wasn't me, you know? Yeah. Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. Bum, 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 bum. But multiple witness reports claim it fell headfirst. They were just confused. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. Yep, thank you. Yep, that's important. Yeah, thank you very much. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the Crystal Tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. Oh, are they? Well, I'm glad you said that, Van Zeeks, because now we can say, how can we trust that the victim was in it then? But the victim's neck was broken. What the fucking hell? You're so dumb. You're so fucking... Let me be a lawyer. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there, just like the safe that I hid in when I planted that bomb. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually, brah. He wasn't quite quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Is he being blackmailed? Can you blackmail the Zeeks? I'm not sure. Big Z, what's going on? If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Did you just... Did you just turn to look at Susie a little bit while also keeping your fist angrily planted on fucking the bench? The bar? What? Ah, yes, there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. But it seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with the details of this truth. Also, it was really good when I confirmed that things, when they fall down from the bottom, they get hurt on the bottom, right? Yeah, that was all good. We all agree? Yes, Judge, yes, okay, good day for me. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. Ah, I nearly had him there. Okay, Ross. The kinesis clearly took place because there's we're not done. The kinesis took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Huh? But the balloon.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on the stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Assman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. Are you saying that it wasn't high enough, or like, is this just confirming what we already knew? I don't understand where we're going. Okay, let's strap in and see. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell, and there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, the defense is fucked. Every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Just like that last trial where we found out someone was eating soap. I learned so much being a judge. I'm sorry, I'm riffing so much. Oh yeah, oh yes. It's all very well thought out. Certainly, all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. Okay, so are we going to present the photograph that it fell through from there? Is this the professor? Was this guy the professor? Assman was the professor?
Objection!
The defense would like to object to that statement, my lord. And I would have to overrule your objection, counsel. What the what? The defense would have to accept the penalty given. What do you mean? Glad to hear it. I would also, and you would also think again, Really? What do you mean? This one?
Objection!
Boo! 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 Boo earns! Boo! This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters. Excuse me, why is it head first? We've established that it wasn't. Get your diagram right. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. What? Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward, and I have no idea what's going on. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord, of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly have fallen to the requisite 30 feet.
Take that!
Hello, Raiders. The Gray Fruit. What were you playing? Think of the raid? Penis raid? Okay. We'll accept the penis raid. Yep. Place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact. Okay, so were there 2 bird cages then, or did nothing fall from the balloon and it was. They couldn't have moved the bird cage to the glass tower with no one seeing it, right? Under the cover of bullshit. You'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. That guy in Metaphor, that guy in that undisclosed weeb game that we really all enjoyed did manage to sneak out a fucking like 30-foot long spear in front of about 200 witnesses. So like maybe, I don't know, it's definitely possible, right? When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there would be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. What? Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not 1 birdcage, but 2! God, I love that Metaphor has become the new Persona 3, how it gets done. Metaphor has done wonders for the Persona fandom, actually, you know what? It's taking all the punches from Persona 3, it's better than all the Persona games, so yeah, it's good, yeah. My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Actually, I do! Someone responsible for the criminal the destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene that following yesterday's explosion. This should have worked. Good lord, the metal grill that formed in the floor of the machine is undone. Does the defense mean to say that's where they fall from? No, you're doing so good, Judge. Thanks for keeping up. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. You inadvertently gave us the hint that we needed. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Time for a recess. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. The photo doesn't show the stage site. Yeah, and the diagram doesn't show the mechanism at which it could have fallen, and you had to prove both, right? You had to prove that it had fallen and also the height. So both should have worked, I think. I think that's an easy thing to agree on. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Assman's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out. You had to show the height first? No, I didn't. I could have just shown that it could have fallen first. You're just accepting that because that's the order that the game went with. Yeah, it could have easily just accepted the photograph and then went over to the diagram at the same time. Like, picking the photograph is demonstrating that you understand what happened, which is really what the question is asking, right? Thank you, Tipsy Phoenix, for 32 months. Thank you very much. 1 minute ago. What a good streamer. Thank you very much. What was the grapefruit playing, by the way? I didn't see the answer. Maybe they didn't answer. Maybe they didn't come with the raid. I usually don't go with my raids. Sometimes I do, but usually I don't. Gimmick 2? What's Gimmick? I've never heard of Gimmick 1. Never mind Gimmick 2. But you, Enoch Drebber. Grr. Wah!
Objection!
Drebber said nowhere else through fight, which Soto doesn't contradict. Okay. Okay, we're banning pedants today. Here we go. If my learned friend has reached the end of this wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. How did they practice doing this bottle opening thing when he can't fucking communicate back? What? Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2? Really? 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Sumari, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. Okay, so maybe the other bird cage is still at the bottom, and the eyewitnesses really were wrong that the bottom fell instead of the top when it. But if not, yeah, this is basically what I said. Like, how did they move it under the cover of bullshit? Like, yeah.
Objection.
Laura explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Yes. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Assman. Where are you getting this? Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all ruminations from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Oh. In other words, the rare use case, Sumari, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. What if you died from, like, natural causes or something? So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Assman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, Sue, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Well, he seems pretty wealthy. Maybe he's just like, fuck it, I'll tank the financial hit. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Drebber's contract has been entered in the court record. The contract between Mr. Assman and Mr. Drebber detailing the terms by which they would profit from the kinesis experiment. It's true, if Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it, and in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo, and I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. No doubt. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Guilty. Okay, while the good music is on. Terms of investment. The investor, Mr. Oldie Assman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. What about Hairbrain, though? Those are definitely two different, different signatures. By the way, did you get the pun with OD Assman? I just see Odie Asman, but I don't see anything else. Is there a different one? Odious Man. Oh, Odious Man. Okay. He's out of the contract, but isn't Hairbrain the one that's gonna get the grant? So is there like maybe it's Assman had like another contract with Hairbrain that he is representing him, so Assman in that capacity is able to get another contract. I don't really understand this. Unfortunately, I'm a lawyer, so I should because it's law, but I don't know. Seems strange that Hairbrain is not included in this. So it's a little strange. My recollection is that the Master Apprentice is only prohibited from speaking to people outside the prosecution's office. So Van Zeke, Strongheart, etc. are fine. Oh. Well, obviously he's allowed to speak to Strongheart because Strongheart's the one that said that he's not allowed to talk, right? So he can talk to Van Zeeks and Van Zeeks hasn't noticed that he's from Japan? Really? Or maybe he has and he doesn't care. Maybe he's only racist toward us. Huh. Great British accent. He was also introduced wearing the mask, and he's not allowed to take the mask off? Van Zeeks must know. Anyway, we're just past 4 hours. We take a break every 2 hours. So let's take a break while this good music is on. It'll be a short break though. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom, get some water. Be right back. All right, sorry, I secretly had a cookie, so a little bit longer to chew it. Don't want to chew on microphone. All right, let's continue. I feel like I've misunderstood something about this case. I don't fully grasp Van Zeek's rebuttal there, but maybe it's just because it's kind of like an Ace Attorney bullshit moment. We'll see how it goes. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is being defiled. You bombed the exhibition, bro, but the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection.
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, Sumari, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. Uh-oh, he's frowning. His eyebrows didn't go white. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime... So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection.
If the contract says that they don't get to share the money if one of them is dead, both of them alive have to share the money. What if both of them are dead? Then do they get the money? Does that cancel each other out? Probably, right? An accomplice now. Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? Name the accomplice. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow, the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel! My lord. You have received a stark warning already, if you are nevertheless determined. Yeah, from the prosecution, not you. Then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. Can I warn Van Zeeks? Try it, let's see what happens. I don't know. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? Iris. She's in on this for sure. It's gotta be Assman, right? Oh, he looks different there. Oh, Esmeralda, 2 spells. Her name is Esmeralda. What a cool name. It's gotta be Assman.
Take that.
Who is this person? Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord. And someone you surely wouldn't say you don't know. Yes, thank you. I'm aware of the person, obviously. But on what basis do you claim felonious involvement? You surely wouldn't say you don't know, would you? It's not him, really? Who is it then? I'm sure if you simply slipped and pointed to the wrong person, I'm sure you simply slipped and pointed to the wrong person, didn't you? There's no other explanation. No slip-ups this time, please, Council. I don't know then. I thought they were like doing some shady shit together, and then it just went sour. Okay, it's not you, not you, not you, not you, not you, not you, not you. Maybe you, but we're like defending you, so it can't be you. Not you, not you. Maybe because of the body double. Maybe somehow. Not you, not you, not you. Not. I guess it's two spells. He couldn't have switched the bird cages because he died at the time. I don't think he died instantly. My line of thought is that there was. That Assman was in the because what the fuck, the coroner, unless the coroner is wrong or the information is wrong, the claim is that the person that was in the machine at the beginning and the person that was found at the dead in the Crystal Tower are 100% the same person, right? They have to be the same person, right? So from my line of thought is that Assman really was on the teleporter. And then he really was in the Crystal Tower. So the whatever was in the balloon was a fake version of him. So that means that after he fell down from the tower, he had to transport himself somehow to the Crystal Tower after that, right? That's my line of thought. So my line of thought is that he's trying to somehow fake his own death or prove that the machine works somehow, and some accident happens, right? So after he fell, he moved over to the tower afterwards. He survived the fall, and then he went over to the tower afterwards because he didn't die from falling. He died from being fucking stabbed in the chest, right? So I don't exactly know the details of that, but that was my thought, is that these two were in on it, scamming this guy, and then something just went wrong in that plan, but I guess not. Okay, so it's not her either? So who is it? Is the answer no, I can't name the fucking person? Okay, I don't know who it could possibly be if it's not those two. It can't be Susie, Iris, Sherlock, Strongheart. You know, obviously we already did this one. It's not him. It can't be Van Zieks or Kazuma. We can't accuse Hairbrain because Hairbrain is the person that we're trying to defend in court. So that would be completely defeat the purpose. So we'd be guilty. So it can't be Hairbrain. It can't be Lestrade. It can't be Gregson. We just found out it's not her. So it's one of these three. What? It was her because she faked the coroner report?
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. Okay, that was a crazy thing that the game just expected me to do. I'm sorry. That was... Wow. What? I wonder if they're expecting people to brute force at some point. You kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Council, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand before he wants to testify. The game wants you to use the following logic. If the coroner is right, the cages couldn't have been swapped, but if they're saying they were, she must be lying. Yeah, but it could also just be that he didn't die after the thing fell, right? Or when the smoke happened, he got out of the thing, they dropped the bird cage to get rid of it so it looked like it teleported, right? And then, and they have a second one set up. Like, he must have been involved in this somehow, right? The contradiction presented by the narration right before you pick up the person pretty much limits everyone but her. Although I could not figure out why at this point. I don't think so. I think there's definitely at least one other possibility of how it went down. Him surviving the fall is much more recent than Courtney's involved. He doesn't have to have the fall though. He doesn't have to be in the fall. When the machine was about to go, remember there was no teleport, right? So when the machine puffed up in smoke, like he just steps out of the cage falls down, so it looks like it disappeared when everyone was there, right? He runs down the stairs, he's gone. Now the magic trick has been performed, right? So at this point, like the stage is completely clear. The thing appears in the sky, everyone's attention is there, and then they go. Like there's another way this could have went down. I feel like your way is a bit more contrived, to be honest, than the coroner of Scotland Yard being in on the crime. How do you break his neck? When did he fall? I don't know. Maybe they just... after they stabbed him, because the stab wound could have killed him, after they stabbed him, maybe they broke his neck to make it look like he fell. When did they move his body over to the other side? The police were in on it too? Or did she have to do it under the cover of bullshit again? Didn't they say there were multiple people there that were watching it? Or was the coroner alone at some point? They just said after police... Yeah, but she did by herself, or are more people in on it? Now it's a stream. Yeah, this is why I don't like Ace Attorney games sometimes, is because the stories are all fun and games when you're not taking them seriously. But when the game asks you to do deduction, that's kind of a little bit iffy. And then I'm like, okay, I have some problems with that. Then the defense forcing comes out and is like, no, it's fine, you're just being dumb. Like, I don't know. Like, this doesn't seem right to me. Do you have a problem with it because of reach or because of alternative explanations? I don't really have a big problem with it. It's more the pushback I'm getting from chat that's like, now we have to talk about it. Because your character, I'm disagreeing with your using as defense force. So, I don't know if I should ban you or not. The ban I did earlier was not a usual ban that I would do, but I'm trying to ban more people that are being kind of iffy to me to see if we can like get the vibes better. Rude. Okay, there we go. That's worth it then. I don't know if this is gonna work out or not, but if people are willing to be like this like rude and fussy about little things, when we get to the big things, it's gonna be even worse. I feel bad about it though. I don't like these bans. Writer and doesn't know this niche word of the English language, by the way. What's happening? I don't even know what's that in. What's that referencing? I was arresting the guy that you banned for saying. I don't remember banning for someone for saying that. Maybe you don't have the exact wording. Rio's arm must be sore, man. And then right underneath it, Rio's arm must be getting tired by now. Wow, the same thought. Defense demands the doctor's side be summoned to the witness stand once to testify. You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. You would know that, would you? But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also contain the body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Assman. Oh, that's true. If my argument is that there were two bird cages, then there must have also been one person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Name someone, present evidence, nothing at the moment. I think we present the wax double, don't we? I think? The wax head? Probably? Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns. Ooh, by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Assman's body double. Good gracious, evidence! I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. It's a big word for you. The court is expecting a name. No, it's evidence. If you have relevant evidence, present it now. Body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion, some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... Okay, if this doesn't work, then I guess we have to go back and say that we can't present it right now.
Take that!
We know the victim, Mr. Assman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contains something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact. It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Miss Susato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing that... How long is it?
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryu. This is your time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting Waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Two Spells. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Assman. Go!
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intent of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to be impressed by it, actually. And that, to affect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? They're going to say yes. They're going to say yes. Yep, yes, yes. Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings to the court here now.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
And so, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do, and uncover some new truths along the way. I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Don't even fucking have to ask. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear. The grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. The jurors' contentions. I've known that woman for years. She'd never been an accomplice to anything. Ooh, out of order. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork of the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? Oh, so we accept that he did steal it and had it for the period, and then after the thing happened, he gave it back. Okay, I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidences is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Someone surprisingly. It seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. They're stuck on it being actual teleportation instead, given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim. Why don't we ask to get it opened then? I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Assman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Huh. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you're ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. I'm glad Suzada's back. Me too. It's not the same without her. The defense's rebuttal. Why are we starting with you? Just for fun? Just for variety? Why are we starting with you? I've done that one for years. She never accomplished to anything. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. Yeah, there we go. I'm a copper lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know? Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. Still don't, bud. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well, and when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now, and she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now, look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you. Okay, so is the wax model actually looks like Assman, and Assman was the professor that somehow wasn't killed properly in the execution? And then when they went and did the deal, Drebber realized, and then went to Scythe and told her about that? He knows her somehow? Must know her somehow? Something like that? Can you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim we were. Full of vim! That's coming across loud and clear. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Will you play Blow's demo or wait for full release? I'll wait for full release.
Hold it!
We're only just starting to understand this case. Day 2, by the way. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies, and it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. Didn't Sai's daughter have a mask on in the same way that the wax model did? Or was it a different kind of mask? What was she wearing? She's not here. She did call her mother, right? What kind of mask? I can't remember. I think it was a different kind of mask. That's right. Oh, the woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Okay, not getting any traction with them at the moment. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork that the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't know any connection. Why don't we ask him? Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society, such as myself, views everything in terms of relationships, you know? Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been given her credit for. She's the target audience of the game. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. And yet... What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences, so we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oh, okay. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion, and think there was an actual teleportation device instead. This is how the public at large use Scotland Yard, is it? Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, like a Scotland Yardstick. I wonder how a policeman would feel listening to the way this juror speaks out about the force. I'm sure you'd have a word or two to say in response. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe they're just gonna fight and then they'll annul themselves. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. Why didn't we get it open? I don't understand. Why would you even put a mask on it? Was a mask the part of the bit? What does Two Spells think about this? This is weird. I suppose we should expect nothing less from a logical argument from a fellow Royal Society. I'm guessing they're trying to do this to have a big moment where they finally take the thing off and it's revealed that it's a face that we know, but as it being presented evidence here, we didn't do that before we came in, is very strange. But that perhaps means that his mind could be changed if we managed to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I do. Yeah, I can actually. Yeah. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So you don't trust yourself? Okay, that's based. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage, namely...
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though, it's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower. Holy smoke! Kind of feel like maybe we should have led with that, you know, like before we did this part, but okay. Exactly the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence this small piece originated. Is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of this assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say, color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. What do you mean? You're not going to knock you... The presence of the piece of glass leaves me in a little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage, okay?
Hold it!
Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir. Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude. What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects? What is it about scientists, honestly? Accusing someone without right evidences is not a proper job, is it? Yeah, I won't have it.
Hold it!
Okay, do we pit what we just got with the science to her, scientist with her, or we also have to go back in the interruption from the cop that happened? I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb? He's been growing back on the farm. Picked him off on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I've somewhat big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn? Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble, nibble, not guilty, out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble, nibble, not guilty, out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble, nibble, not guilty, out. Not guilty? Alright, change it. No, not guilty. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home. So Professor Hairbrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn? Could you not at least wait until you've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Oh, I don't know about that. Me tum's awfully full already. Amazing. Benzies would love that. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used in Mr. Assman's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this. Right. Yes. Can't do that.
Hold it! Not in my day. Excuse me.
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? Who are you calling a mass murderer? Ah, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. Whoa! Is it loaded? And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? Humph. No one would have called the coroner into question in them days. The coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right, especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name on it. That was the best of the best, and the apple of the forces... Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes. I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her. Of course, a legendary coroner, even then.
Hold it!
You talked about her getting married earlier. Yeah, so it is her. It's the same person. But like, who is there? Someone with the last name Stevens that I didn't clock? Are you a Stevens? Or sorry, not Steven, Scythe. Like who? Someone she married named Scythe, because that's how she changed her name. She was legendary, was she? What did you say? What did you say? That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team. A Bluminaire. Legendary was your description, sir. Not mine. Rubbish. The word never passed my lips. I'd never describe anybody that way. Ever. Not if they were still in the game. I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Scythe is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair? It would. If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that legendary... Okay, so I have some connections I can make here, but they're kind of a stretch. They're like very spurious, but maybe they'll count. I could say like, no, she had something to do with this because it's a wax. I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between their ears. What about popcorn? I like popcorn. Success. If you can call it that. Well, of course you got some evidence. That's a whole other cob of corn, isn't it? Okay, Gollum. The possibility has been established reasonably and logically. Now warrants for the research. Okay, so I'm guessing that we put the coroner's name against that. Let's see what happens. I don't think this is gonna work, but it might. Oh, I can't even do it. I can't show evidence to someone. Okay, it's definitely not gonna work. Okay. What do I do then? Just these two? Because I connect these two and then I present the evidence? That seems like a really silly way to get in there, but okay. Usually the game doesn't like it when you're like one step ahead like that. You start with something more firm than that, but maybe let's find out.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that what you heard juror number 6 said in his statement? It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Was that really a contradiction we found between the two of them, or was it more of a connection we were making? Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked with the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. Do we? My goodness, evidence, you say? How? How utterly enthralling. And counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. Okay, now we get to link it.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. I guess it contradicts the woman's argument of not being a connection. Yeah, maybe it was worded in a way that there was a way to frame it as a contradiction. Maybe, I'm not sure. A 10-year-old autopsy report. What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor, the Thinker. The Professor's, but the man was a capital offender, so that's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. It was a close trial. I wonder what happened in there. My lord, you were the judge that presided over it. Oh, I don't remember. It really was close. The name of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens? Strike a light. It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Two Spells. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Assman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link we have yet to uncover. Okay, so she faked this autopsy too? Between Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. And you know what? For no reason, another juror's like, yeah, fuck it, me too. I like her outfit. Okay, it's even. Is that enough? Or is the policeman gonna... Okay, yeah, quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. Really? It was like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. I don't really feel like we convinced you there, but okay. Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. But will the stream? Because we're at 5 hours. Is there a good stopping point in the next hour? I'm willing to go an hour longer today. if it means that there's a good stopping point an hour from now, or at some point in the next hour. But I don't think we have enough time to finish the trial today, right? Good one soon? Okay, cool. All right, we did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. Oh, maybe there's going to be a recess when we wait for Scythe to get here then. A waxwork of the despicable professor. Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. Humph. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. Oh, the owner? Madame Tuspels. I really thought... Are we going to have Tuspels and Scythe on in the witness stand at the same time? Waifu off? That Lord Van Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Huh. Yeah, this is, gonna get already gotten personal for you, huh? Yeah. You promise? The court should now adjourn for 45 minutes. A bit more than that, actually. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Really? So it's not Scythe? Huh. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. To be continued. Perfectly at 5 hours. Damn. All right, that's good. See, if we hadn't had the little, you know, miniature chat fight, we would have been we would be here early now, and it wouldn't have worked out so well. This really does feel like the first normal case of the series. It is more of the same structure as before, yeah. I don't feel good about those bans, by the way. Maybe I don't like this approach. I think it's worth it. Like, a lot of people have said I don't ban enough, and I let people just talk a little too rudely in chat a lot. I don't know if those two chatters were a case of that, actually, but, you know, I'm trying it out and seeing. Doesn't feel good right now. Oh, those permabans? Exactly, fuck them. Of course. Thank you, Fifi to Fifessel, for the 34 months. Still not here. Still catching up on VODs. Wishing you well, Tom. I hope you can say some bullshit about me for me to get a chuckle out of it when I get back here in August. About your crimes? About creating the Bunny Chan? Maybe. White Rabbit Chan. Follow the White Rabbit. Permabans are a little extreme. Oh yeah? Do you think so? Do you really think so? I guess the timeout for a day, week, month might work out for some shadow too. I don't know. It depends. If you do more bans, you can hold the ban court for extra content. Yeah. Anyway, aim for the community live. Mouse is live? Mouse is live early. Mouse doesn't usually stream for an hour. Thank you for streaming. You're welcome. Spin the wheel to decide how long the on-band should be. Honestly, it may seem weird, but if you're willing to go down the ship on something that really doesn't matter, and you're not willing to reach any common ground, then like when it's something more important, then it's gonna be like that's a really bad sign. I don't know. I don't like this. Maybe I should just stop talking to chat. That seems to be the root of all the problems, right? If anyone cares, Mouse is in big Road Tempress 2 spoiler part. Okay, there you go. Just be aware of that. That did happen last time I played Ace Attorney. Yeah, it wasn't because of Ace Attorney though, but yeah, as is tradition with Ace Attorney. Anyway, Ray's going through. I'll see you tomorrow for what day is it? Is it Wednesday or is it Thursday? Is it fan art tomorrow? No, it's just stream tomorrow. All right, continuing this tomorrow. Hopefully we finish the trial. See you later. It is Wednesday, my dudes. And see you later to anyone who's watching the VOD or just didn't go to the right to avoid Road to Empress 2 spoilers.